there's always a departure when I turn up. Without fail, I love that. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Look at this for a wake-up call. Beautiful. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Mc-130J Commando 2 starting things off, and every time I pull up you can be sure there's something about to take off. Every time without fail it's been, you know, it's quite funny, it's quite I'm getting used to it, but obviously it keeps me on my toes trying to get things ready and set up, because obviously when I arrive I'm nowhere near set up. But here we go. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, a United States Air Force in Europe base. Same again as RAF Lakenheath, part of the 3rd Air Force HQ at Ramstein. We just Cheers from the base there. Thank you very much, RAF Mildenhall, for your delights. And welcome. The gentle giant workhorse, a souped up version, almost classed as a Super Hercules version, an Mc-130J Commando 2. 67th Special Operations Squadron operate this, part of the 752nd Operations Group, which is part of the 352nd Special Operations Wing. The Special Operations Group, number 752, also operate the CV-22 Osprey. The squadron flying that, another Special Ops Squadron, number 7. There we go, a nice quick start to the morning. So we've got ourselves C-17 parked there, hopefully we'll catch that as well. And we're a bit thin on CV-22 Ospreys at the moment, as you can see. We don't have many over there. And a beautiful, one of the beauties of Mildenhall is you just never know what you're going to get, literally. Well, there we go. Nice to start the morning with their departure. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. You're tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're all good. Welcome on another fine day. Hopefully we get some more departures for you. And of course we're joined by our squad leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. We're getting quite used to starting off with a heavy before we even get Ted on the screens. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and it serves 3 wings along with the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, which is part of 55th Wing, based at Offutt Air Force Base in the US, but stationed here are the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, the bloody 100th, the 352nd Special Operations Wing, and the 501st Combat Support Wing as well. They are all part of the 3rd Air Force. Their HQ is at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. So this is a USAF base, United States Air Force in Europe. That's what the letter E stands for. And together with that, they also control the United States Air Forces in Africa as well. The 3rd Air Force also under their command is RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing as well, so plenty of them. Runway 10 cleared for the option. Oh, it looks like we've got some circuits to enjoy. Well, this would be good. That just a little bit, just quickly, thank you, just give myself a little bit of room. So RAF Mildenhall is home to a great selection, but can also give you some surprises. Yes, it's a heavyweight base, but with the CV-22 Osprey, with the Mc-130J, with the various RC-135 variants, you just never know what you're going to get here. Oh, it looks like we've got some fighters coming in. And as if by magic, hang on. As if by literally coincidence of mentioning you don't know what you're going to get. Well, here we go. F-15E Strike Eagles of the 48 Fighter Wing paying a visit. Now RAF Lakenheath is only about 5.5 miles away the backwards crow flies, and we'll be there tomorrow. Well, not a bad start to the morning, is it? Don't forget you can download your Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition if you've got F-15s on your list. If you've got the MC-130, if you've got a low approach, you might get a double. Hi.
Can you shut up?
Excuse me?
Can you shut up? Stop that. You go on a course to talk to people like that, or does it come naturally?
Sorry, I'm not going to answer you.
Okay, bye.
Bye to you. Wow. Well, life is life. How rude is that? Wow, there you go. Okay, there we go. Their choice to park here, no problem. So welcome back to the first show of the week, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And live here at RAF Mildenhall, home of the heavyweights. RC-17, has that got Memphis written on it? No, this is a different one. I believe Memphis, the 164th Airlift Wing, have actually gone back now. So this one's another one. What's that got? Charles, is it Charleston? There's a lot of heat haze here. So, there we go. So runway 10 in use as well. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, home of, like I said, literally just talking that on the subject of having a surprise, and we had two F-15s from RAF Lakenheath running in on a low approach. RAF Mildenhall, built 16th of October 1934. So quite a few years, about 5 years before the start of the Second World War. Stuart Skeggs, how you doing? Lovely. Wibbs, Paul Matthew 64, Andrew C, Jan Clark, Mark Dudley, Alan West, how you doing? Paul Mayers. And don't forget you can download your Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition. Giving you the link if you haven't got it.
How are you?
Hey, how you doing, man? All right?
Yeah,
good.
Move up on one. Not bad. Saab works.
So yeah, this isn't the Elvis call signs. They've gone back now to Memphis, Tennessee. Just got a few of the workmen just filling in the edges of the gutter, so it'll be quite temporary. So just above us we got, well, as Lakenheath are using 05, excuse me. We're going to have a bit of ILS 05 from them, which go right over us.
You know, I'm a boy. Okay. I might get moved now. Yeah. Getting Jerry cold. A lot of pinky out right.
Air Refeuling wing, the only wing to fly a second 1-4 tail marking. Still allowed to, and an honour for them to fly it. Stems back their time in Thorpe Abbots, 43, Square D, symbolising the 100th Bomb Group. Thorpe Abbots, Station 139. Their B-17s. The Square. Now third Air Division of the 8th Air Force. There were certain letters, there were three shapes of the 3rd Air Force. There were three shapes of the 8th Air Force. If it was a triangle, it would be part of the 1st Air Division. If it was a circle, it would be the 2nd Air Division. Those were usually featured on the B-24 Liberators. And the square would indicate that this is the 3rd Air Division. So you'll have an Air Force, a division, then a wing, and then a group, and then the squadrons, and then of course each individual flight, hence the letter A to Z. So D was the 100th Bomb Group, but as long as that's in the square, you can have a letter D inside a different shape, but that would indicate a different bomb group. So if you ever see that, it would indicate a very different bomb group. And due to the fact that they came back, the 100th, because the 100th Air Refueling Wing's lineage stems back from the 100th Air Refueling, it stems back to the 100th Bomb Group. That was at Fort Pabbotts, about 30 miles from here at Dis. They were, and still have, the nickname the Bloody 100th, including the nose arc that was featured on the B-17s that they were flying. Now the B-17s have the nose arc on the port side, which you can see on the 100th Air Refueling Wings KC-135s, which is what they fly today. So it is quite a nice legacy. They did have 4 squadrons, the 100th Bomb Group. The squadron flying today is the 351st. They are now the 100th, part of the 100th Air Refueling Wings. Time of year though, isn't it? I feel for all of you who suffer from hay fever at the moment. Hope you're all good, but there's plenty of items out there to help you. I get it a lot in the mornings, and then that's it, I'm alright. Beautiful, nicely done. Beautiful. Also, just as I look to my right, we've also got the C-146 Wolfhound as well, which I forgot is added to the 352nd Special Operations Wing as well. Got an engine start approved with a departure coming up very shortly as well. I'm just going to go and grab some water, ladies and steady bears. Be right back. Don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Like I said, we should have another departure shortly, I think. I wonder what it is. We've got, well, it's not that. Is it this? That'd be good, wouldn't it? Matt Cross and oi oi to you. Stuart G, Matt Roberts, oi oi. Good Sturfer, how you doing? Malky Stodder, hope you're good. I'm all good. It was good to see you the other day at Coningsby. Hope we're all good. CPR 1234, oi oi to you. Cy, Radfish, Jan Clark, Captain A, how's it going? Hope we're all good. Mildenhall served as one of the largest bomber command stations, not the largest, but one of. Had its fair share of aircraft that were operating here, from the Handley Page Hayford, a huge biplane, which was actually serving as a bomber. Didn't get to see operational use, as in enter the war. It kind of got phased out by what we had that was coming out, a bit more powerful monoplanes that we had, such as the Blenheim. But here they had the Vickers Wellington bomber. Eventually the Stirlings were here as well, followed by the Lancasters. A short spell of the Avro Lincoln as well. But RAF Mildenhall's first sort of service wasn't actually a combat mission. It was actually a very prestigious race, an air race. It was part and selected to host the Royal Aero Club's prestigious Mac Robertson air race. That was on just 4 days after the base was opened, and that was on the 20th of October 1934. So the air race was literally something I wish we could have today. It was a race of aircraft to get from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. And it served at the time as the longest race ever devised. I don't know if they've ever done anything like that before or after. And the winner was Tom Campbell, black, and CWA Scott flying the de Havilland Comet Grosvenor House, the beautiful red DH-88 Comet, de Havilland Comet, which still flies today, believe it or not, and part of the Shuttleworth collection at Old Warden. They completed the race in less than 72 hours, winning £10,000, which that was amazing, and that's of 1934's money. And it was witnessed by King George V and Queen Mary as well, who visited. I wish we could have that today, you know. That would be brilliant. Just before the base was opened, it did have a was designated as RAF Beck Row, but that changed, and that's usually the case when you've got another station that's similarly named. It doesn't have to be a RAF base, but a military airfield with a similar name, so to stop confusion they will actually change the name. Harrowbeer for one, RAF Harrowbeer. It's going to be called RAF Yelverton, but obviously we've got Yeovilton, that's very similar. Also with RAF Carterton became RAF Brize Norton. I think it was Cardington, the other one that sounded similar to it. But there we go, the first ever mission or sortie was a 70-hour, 54-minute race with a £10,000 award, trophy money, with a witness of 70,000 people to witness both the King George visiting but its first operational squadron arrived a month later, which was 99 Madras Squadron. They still serve today, they still operate, and they fly this actually at RAF Brize Norton, the C-17 Globemaster. But the squadron, although equipped first and arrived here in November the 15th, 1934, they were re-equipped with the Wellington bomber, which I do have an example of. The Wellington bomber served very well during the Second World War and served throughout. A twin-engine bomber, frame designed by airframe designed by Barnes Wallis, the geodetic frame, airframe, which is almost like the chain link fence that you can see. Very easy to assemble, very easy to fix and repair with battle damage, and that's the purpose of it. It can take loss of battle damage. This was the second aircraft to operate here, or at least that I know of. The Vickers Wellington bomber, like I said, made throughout the war. It did serve well. In fact, I think it was the most, yes, as far as I know, it was the most produced bomber of the RAF, the Wellington bomber. So the airframe, as you can see, the chain link fence, the idea being that it was easy to repair, okay, in battle damage. So just like that fence, it's all along there. I wonder if we've got any, yeah, you could just about see little windows there of the geodetic frame designed by Barnes Wallis and then wrapped with, I think it was Irish cloth, I think it was from Ireland, I think it was, wrapped nicely. In fact, it was they made over 11,400 of these in 16 different variants. Some of the variants had different engines, such as these. Here we've got the Bristol Hercules, the later marks had them as well. And it was a very, very good aircraft, really. You know, it served well, 16 different variants, and also lovely. Also at Broughton in Flintshire, Airbus still make aircraft. 1943, something spectacular happened. You see, there was a world record to be set or beaten. 48 hours in America was the quickest to assemble a bomber. Well, the ladies and gentlemen of Broughton factory actually assembled a Vickers Wellington bomber in 23 hours, 50 minutes, and flying it the next day, which is remarkable. In fact, they were making these at a rate of 28 per week. But it was a twin-engine bomber, and it was here with 99 Squadron as well. Later, other squadrons were to operate the Wellington here. Had a performance of 235 miles per hour of those that had the two Bristol Pegasus Mark 18 engines. They were radial engines and rated at 1,050 each. They were carburetors in those, radial. So the radial engines, the pistons would go all the way around, and they kind of used to, with the explosion of each revolution, would push the piston down, poof, 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 to go all the way around. It's pretty cool. I like the concept of radial engines. I thought they were very good. The air could be cooled here. They were, you know, reasonably reliable, although carburetor engines, even today, even in your car, if you've got carbs, for those that know and experienced it, they are prone to icing, which would lead to engine problems. The only cure for that, if you're in flight, is to lower your altitude. You see, with moisture in the air and dampness at altitudes, the carburetors can get what's called icing, even in your car as well, especially over a hot night, and then suddenly it went cold overnight. And especially with aircraft going high up in the skies, that it can actually cause problems, because inside a carburetor the pilot can control the throttle of the carburetor, and when it opens and closes, once it starts to form icing, the carburetor would get stuck and starts to form ice, and well, that would cause a lot of problems. The only cure you can do it, I was speaking to Sally B, engineer, one of the ground crew, and said, yeah, it can happen, and the only cure you can do in flight is to lower your altitude, to try and just warm it up a bit, try to thaw it out a little bit. Very interesting, that. Very, very interesting. So here comes our next. You can just about hear that beautiful Mc-130J. Joining 99B Squadron from the corps of B Flight was number 38 Squadron, and interestingly they moved to Marham 38, and from them stemmed from one of their flights, I think it was B Flight, created 115 Squadron. Just like 99B Squadron, they too started with the Handley Page Hayfords. Worth a look. I'm going to try, because I can't locate, sorry, because I can't locate a Hayford bomber model. I'll try and get some photos of it that I can bring on the show. I've done the same with the Avro Manchester. I've ordered a nice little fact sheet for you, so I'll get that going. So other various aircraft, such as the Fairey Hendon Night Bomber, was also here, serving with 38 Squadron. And of course, with Mildenhall being built before the war, on September the 3rd, 1939, 3 days after Germany's invasion of Poland, Britain and France declared war on Germany, and 6 hours after the official declaration of Germany, 3 Wellington bombers of 149 Squadron took off to bomb German battleships in the Kiel Canal. The Kiel Canal was the stretch of waterway that links the North Sea to the Baltics, and in 1940 Mildenhall became the location for 2 films as well, The Lion Has Wings and Target for Tonight. In the propaganda film, what they did, they actually didn't use the base name Mildenhall. I think they called it Midlington or something like that. They actually just changed the name for security reasons. The service ceiling wasn't too bad on the Wellington bomber. It was 18,000 feet, so a little bit more than the 4-engined short Stirling bomber. And it could also carry 4,500 pounds of bombs. That's 2,000 pounds. It did have guns. It had 628 303s, the Browning machine guns. Usually 2 in the nose, 2 in the tail, and 2 in the waist positions. And that's exactly what happened to 149 Squadron. They replaced their Wellington bombers with short Stirling bombers. While this was going on, RAF RAF Lakenheath was built in 1940. Eventually, it was serving under the command of Mildenhall, so it served as a satellite station, Lakenheath, and they brought with them all the way from Lossiemouth, number 20 operational training unit with the Wellington bombers. So it was kind of ideal to have a training unit there, very close. You can train your airmen on the Wellington bomber, come over here and actually operate operationally, which made sense. But of course, a proposition, a design was put out to get there first for a 4-engine bomber. The Royal Air Force Bomber Command required something a little bit more powerful with 4 engines. And very first had a few teething issues. In fact, was kind of subject to its own, was a victim of its own design, because there wasn't anything to house it. And what I mean is the short Stirling bomber was so big and they wanted 120, 125 foot wingspan. The Royal Air Force's hangars, they couldn't accommodate such aircraft, so it was restricted to 102, which meant it didn't have the service ceiling. In fact, the short Stirling only had a service ceiling fully loaded, fully fueled at 16,500 feet. Halifaxes were also here as an option as well later. Again, another 4-engine bomber that arrived. This had quite a bit of teething issues, especially with the design of the fins on the H-tail. Started off on the early models having a kidney design fins on the H-tail, which had issues when making evasive manoeuvres. Would then go into a spin and lose control, which wasn't very good, which didn't end well. Which is why later models changed the tail fin design from kidney to more that looked like the Lancaster. So it was a bit of a race, really, trying to get the best 4-engine bomber. We've got the likes of Short Brothers making the short Stirling. We've got Handley Page making the Halifax, and of course Avro, Roy Chadwick, this Avro Lancaster. As soon as I've got visual, that one that's popped up just here. The Commando 2 flies clandestine or low visibility single or multi-ship low-level infiltration, exfiltration and resupply of Special Operations Forces. So they're not to be messed with. They do this by airdrop or air land and air refueling missions for Special Ops helicopters and tilt rotor aircraft, introducing mission to operate in intruding politically sensitive or even hostile non-posh territories, and the MC-130J primarily flies missions at night to reduce probability of being spotted, visual acquisition, and to intercept by airborne threats. secondary mission list includes airdrop of leaflets as well, and it is air refuelable and features an advanced flight station, fully integrated digital avionics and navigation, auxiliary flight deck stations as well, and it's equipped with a variety of systems, and it allows it to operate in the most austere and various austere conditions as well. It replaced the fleet of Special Operations Forces Mc-130E, H and P aircraft, powered by 4 Rolls-Royce AE 2100D3 turboprops with shaft power rated at 4,591 each. It's got a wingspan of 132 feet 7 inches, that's 39.7 metres. Max takeoff weight 164,000 pounds. Range 3,000 miles, and has a crew of 2 pilots, 1 combat systems officer and 2 special mission aviators. So it can refuel the Ospreys and special operations helicopters. To see like an example of that, didn't we, at Riyadh? I think it was 2 years ago, wasn't it? So just getting departure details for our MC-130. Welcome to Monday's first show of the week, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Hope you enjoyed Saturday's stream at RAF Conisby. Wasn't that just something else, wasn't it? Spectacular. And I'll be try to do as many as I can. Here comes our there we go, there's our view. Hasn't been too bad so far. I usually say that an average of 1 movement an hour, but we're doing all right so far. We've had But this will be our second, hopefully, departure. And we've had 2 F-15E Strike Eagles of Lakenheath carrying out a low approach. There's a 2-ship. This one's going to be taxied. Oh, sorry. This one's taxied further down, so I mean, these things don't need a lot of runway, do they? So it's got a payload of 42,000 pounds, which is quite impressive. If we took an average, or at least the heaviest of salmons, at 6.6 pounds, the Mc-130J Commando 2 can carry 6,363 whole salmon. Perez, how you doing? Perez, Batman Bush, Shaden Perry, Dave Holloway, Andrew C, Margot, Argan, Davey. Hope you all had a great weekend, everyone. That's Mark Richards as well, Andrew C, we Stevie Boy, Aaron Glenn, Dave Holloway, Edward Coates. Thanks to all of you for getting the emojis out. Argan, Karen, we, Stevie Boy. Thank you very much. Jan Clark, how you doing as well? Lakenheath tomorrow. A bit of fighter jet action. A bit to Lakenheath. It always feels like ages when we don't do a week at Lakenheath. But obviously we like to mix it up a little bit. We've had the Lake District as well to take care of. Lots of things going on. Field, how you doing? The Mc-130J Commando 2, flown by 67th Special Ops Squadron. They're known as the Night Owls. Usually has call sign Strix, hence the owl comes from the Greek. The Night Owl, Strigos. The flying component of the 352nd Special Operations Wing is the 752nd Special Operations Group, in which they now have the C-146A Wolfhound, which is here as well. So that's who operate the 67th, operate the C-146, which is here, but we can only just about see the stabilizer. It's got a T-tail on that one. Hopefully we'll get to see that today. The 67th constituted and started out in 52 from the 67th Air Rescue Squadron on the 17th of October 52, but activated on the 14th of November 52 at RAF Sculthorpe. It did inactivate in 1960 at Prestwick Airport in Scotland, but activated again a year later on 10th of May 1961 and organised back at Prestwick Airport on the 18th of June 1961. They were redesignated as the 67th Air Recovery Squadron, and then on the 1st of August 1965, then as the 67th Aerospace Rescue and Recovery Squadron. And that was on the 8th of January 1966. Transferred to Spain at Moron Air Base in July 66. And in 1970, transferred to RAF Woodbridge in Suffolk. And the unit then operated the Lockheed HC-130N and P models. Also used rotational support for the HH-3E Jolly Green Giant helicopters stationed at NAS Keflavik in Iceland, and the Sikorsky MH-53. 1st of June 1988, the unit split into two and redesignated as the 62nd Special Operations Squadron, which are what they are today. And that was for the HC-130 aircraft, the 21st Special Operations Squadron for the HH-53 rotary wing. That squadron moved to RAF... they both moved to Alconbury on the 1st of April 1992, but returned to Mildenhall eventually. That was, first of all, on the 7th of May 1993. It was announced that the 357th Special Operations Group, including its 67th Special Operations Squadron, would relocate to RAF Mildenhall in Suffolk, but this move didn't get completed until the 30th of April 1995. So they've been here 30 years. Pretty cool. Chris Bloxham, how you doing? Margot, Joshua Brown, Stuart G, how are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Just waiting for clearance from Lakenheath's RAPCOM. It's RAF Lakenheath's ATC that controlled both the traffic for Mildenhall and RAF Lakenheath, with Mildenhall being a 24/7 station. Also the ground frequencies and operational frequencies and taxiing, that kind of clearance, that's all done here. it stays here, really. We get to see more of it. It's always a plus side. A10, how you doing? A10 Rook, hope you're good. Stuart G, Davey. Chappie 54, how you doing? Good to see you on air. How you doing? Brian McCann, oi oi to you. Steve Rappling, oi oi. RSVP. It is a lovely morning. Christine Barnes, Tony Jeffries, how's it all going? All good. I go 5 days a week and talk about the history and who flies them and things like that. No, maybe once, twice a month. Depends what's happening. It's a nice day for it. So yeah, so I do a lot of talks with the cadets and inspire them to join the RAF, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's all good. Enjoy the day, it's lovely. Yeah. See ya. It's just running a few troubleshooting protocols at the moment, so of course if anything is not right, it ain't good for the flight, so troubleshooting, and a pilot will always tell you it's best to do the troubleshooting on the ground than doing it in the air, so this is a must, which again leads on to something which some of you may have heard of. It's the sterile cockpit. There cannot be any chat or talk non-related to flight, so it's really important to do the checks. And this stemmed, I was looking into the history about this, and it stemmed, I think they did an experiment with some nurses, I think, and they were told to talk, some were told to talk randomly about stuff while they were doing something, and they found in tests that those that were talking non-medical at the time of trying to do something medical found that their concentration levels were impacted. So this is why it's introduced to have a zero tolerance on what's called a sterile cockpit. There cannot be any chit chat over comms or talk in the crew, actually. Sorry, in the cockpit, unrelated to the flying itself. This stems from surface to 10,000 feet. After that, it's fine. actually, you've got to, right, let's look at the plus side. Usually they take off and that's it. So at least this way we get to see the aircraft flexing. This is what we call flexing when the engines are running and it's not taking off or landing or anything like that. So it's just stationary, it's flexing. But it is just troubleshooting at the moment. It's got some, just a few issues that the crew are just working on. In the meantime, while we wait, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, steady bears. It does help the channel. Hit the like, and of course, make sure you subscribe. And of course, hit the notification bell button, or you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Oi oi to you. Hope you're all good. The Gas Davy LEJ approach. Hope we're all good and well. So while we're here, ladies, gents, teddy bears, we are in the Nook campsite. There isn't an official viewing area for aircraft spotting, but the campsite, the Nook campsite, has a large field where you can view aircraft, and it's only £2 per person for all day. There are certain times of the year with timetable of how long you can stay here for. I guess that would be the times of sort of out of season for the campsite itself, where the gates are closed. So it is open almost all year round, with a few days or weeks during the Christmas period and winter. You know, the first start of the year, I think it's closed still. Reopened sort of, I don't want to say, but you know, it does close for a couple of weeks or a few weeks over the Christmas period. But do adhere to the notice board. There is a toilet that's available here as well, and of course the trailer, so you can have a bit more of an elevated view. Like I said, it is just £2 per person, not per car, per person, and treat it like any other place, like your own. You know, no, please take your litter home with you. That is a must as well. We must respect this. We don't want to lose the privilege of being able to come here, and I think £2 is an absolute bargain. Can't even buy some chips for that. But, again, no climbing the fence, no drones, no, you know, resting your ladders on the fence and, you know, damaging, cutting it, that kind of thing. The usual housekeeping rules apply. Andy Lansdale, have a great time at Lossy. That's awesome. Captain Weber, oi oi to you. Michael Grislow, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Oliver Dennison, Andrew Heatley, Blocks, Paul Mayers, Craig Bruce, oi oi to you. Joshua Brown, Trev, oi oi. Lady Causa, Andrew Heatley, hope everyone's well. And yeah, sadly it's got a bit of a few issues going on board, so they're just trying to rectify it. Jenkins, oi oi to you. Grab a quick cup of tea, might make this might make things better. Hang on. pulled a cup of tea and I'm down there. How funny is that? That's hilarious. Literally just pulled a cup of tea. That was hilarious. Second departure of the day, and two of the same kind, Mc-130J Commando 2 resolved the issue that it had. Airborne, as we can see. There we go, and we've had two F-15s from Lakenheath carry out a PD, or low approach. And, that was hilarious, that. Literally just poured my cup of tea. Do you know what? I haven't done this in ages. Leonardo, man, if you're watching, you know how it is. Might as well show you the famous cup of tea. I haven't done this in a while, actually, have I? To my friend Leonardo DiCaprio, if he's watching. Literally just poured this cup of tea. You know how it is. That certainly worked. So the C-17s are not actually based here. Visiting aircraft, non-Mildenhall, with the exception of course of the CV-22 Osprey. They're usually parked, like I said, over here, but that's the exception, but everything else would be non-Mildenhall based, or be on this side, usually. There are exceptions, of course, for certain items that need to go to the south side. I'm trying, yeah, it's you know, to the other side, the south side of the base. That's the AWCU that you can see on the screens there, in the fluorescent checkered vehicle. That's Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Make sure the airfield is sweet and neat. Not sure who that is. Yeah, Noxie, and that's all because of the 100th. Okay, that is a very good question, because we do get asked this quite a lot. Just give me 1 second. 1 second. That's Noxie. How you doing, mate? Very good question. Let me just answer that for you in just a second. We're going to get the very aircraft. So, ladies, gents and teddy bears, a very, very good question there from Noxie about the tail code for Mildenhall. Right, and there is a very good reason why the other aircraft, such as the CV-22 Osprey, there's Mildenhall Square D. There is a reason for it. So yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, very, very good reason for this. For those wondering why the CV-22 Osprey, negative on the D, and the Mc-130J Commando 2, which we've just seen, negative on that. So it stems back all the way from the 100th's Air Refeuling Wings legacy, alright? So we have to go back to all the way to the very creation, but just also, so I can give you a long version and a shorter version, it's all because the 100th Air Refeuling Wing were in fact the 100th Bomb Group. Okay, that's when they were operating here in England at RAF Thorpe Abbott, which was designated as Station 139. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, they formed as an Army Air Force, activated as the 100th Bomb Group on the 1st of June 1942. Now, this all stems on from tail markings, and don't forget the RAF already had this system. All right, they already had the marking system for this. So we had the RAF, for example. This is a short Stirling bomber which also operated here after the after the Vickers Wellington. You see the markings here. All right, so that would indicate the markings there of the squadron. So the RAF already had. Can you hear my engines on my short Stirling bomb, by the way? Pretty cool, isn't it? So, see, the RAF were already at war. Britain was already at war. And did you hear my engines on that? That's pretty cool, isn't it? So, a tail system wasn't actually created yet for the US Army Air Forces. So that's sounding amazing, doesn't it? So this is the thing. So already examples. This is really going for it. So you'll have the 2 digits. This is the way the RAF did things, but it had to be sort of cryptic. You couldn't just say, you couldn't just put the squadron on there, or you couldn't just, you know, whack that out on there. So 199 squadron had EX. 199 squadron had EX. So let me just so you've got the first 2 letters that indicates your squadron, all right, EX, and then the third letter, that is the flight. So you had A to Z, all right. So that's how the RAF did things with their markings, all right, EX. So that's a great way to get into formation with your other squadrons. Okay, so that's that bit there. But obviously the 100th bomb group, when they started out in 1942, of course, and other bomb groups of the 8th Air Force, they didn't have a system yet. So I'm going to show you the system. I'm going to show you right now. On this very, very windy day. So you've got an Air Force. So this is, I'm doing it the long version, the long version of doing this. Let me just turn the camera this way a little bit. The wind is like annoying. So you've got, it's part of my homework that I do. Just do that there. So you've got your mighty 8th Air Force, okay? You've got the 8th that I put there. Then you've got a division. So you see these shapes here. Like I said, the United States Army Air Force, they were relatively small compared to such as the Luftwaffe, and then of course the RAF as well. Okay, they were quite relatively small. They didn't really have a system going, and don't forget they didn't enter the war until sort of the 7th of December 1941 with the raids over Pearl Harbor. So that's really the trigger point, and of course you've got to start devising you start to organise certain things. So you've got a division. That's what these shapes are. All right, sorry about the wind. Then you've got a wing. All right. Then you've got a group, and then you've got the squadrons. So fighter groups usually consisted of 3 squadrons. Now, if you remember when I talked about on the 15th of January 1941, when the 48th actually activated with their 4 squadrons, the 495th had to go to another fighter group because they organised that they only had 3 fighter squadrons in each group. The bomb groups could have up to 4. Okay, that's why usually bomb groups had 4 bomb squadrons. The one roundel, which I'll talk about later, early 1942, the US Army Air Force decided to make a critical decision of saving lives of having the one roundel, but I'll go into more detail later on. But here's a little timeline here. 1919, they had the red meatball all the way up, except for when they entered the battlefield with Japan, because see red, shoot it. So they had to get rid of the meatball, which in May 15th, 1942, the red dot was omitted. June 28th, 1943, to boost visibility, they added the bar. June 43 to August 43, they added the red star bar as well. Just to give you an idea of some of the other ones, there's our Square D from RAF Mildenhall's 100th Bomb Group, part of the 3rd Air Division. Shapes: first Air Division was a triangle, 2nd Air Division was a circle, usually on the B-24s, and square was the 3rd Air Division. And again, these are all part of the mighty 8th. Now, each air division had an attached fighter wing, okay? The 48th were part of the 70th fighter wing. Not sure if I've listed them here, but I've gone with each division, all right? So I've gone up to the 67th, 65th, 66th, just to give a few examples there. All right, now if I go over to my next page, I'm going to show you a little bit about the 1st Air Division of some organisation. Look at this. So there's our 1st bomb wing, and under the bomb wing, you've got your 3 groups. Okay, so you've got a wing and then 3 groups, and each group had 4 bomb squadrons usually. There's the 40th bomb wing, there's the 41st. I recognise that. The 384th, the Triangle P, part of our lost airfields. Okay, so you can see there that the Triangle P, part of the 384th bomb group, was part of the 41st bomb wing, which, because it's a triangle, you know it's part of the 1st Air Division. Just a little bit more details there. Square D, the RAF Mildenhall's, or at the time it was Thorpe Abbott's 100th Bomb Group, were actually part of the 13th Bomb Wing. A few changes. December 42, they added the squadron codes. So they did have squadron codes, which I'll show you on a B-17 in a moment. June 1943, group letters, divisions and shapes. Spring 43, coloured stabilisers, which were added on the B-24 Liberators for the 2nd Air Division. And winter 44, there was no more paint. Do you know how much weight is added when painting this, which is why later 44 winter onwards, that's why a lot of you'll see the B-17s almost in that sort of like bare metal colour. They got rid of the olive drab to save a lot of weight, because it's very misleading, isn't it, that paint can actually use a lot of fuel. So where was I? So the 100th Bomb Group at Thorpe Abbott's, they arrived. Now here's our C-17. This is Memphis Belle here. Now it doesn't actually have a tail code, unfortunately. Maybe I'll just paint one on there for you. All right. So yes, that's just a little bit of details. Now I haven't really answered totally your question, but you're going to get the idea in a moment, aren't you? So the crew and the echelon arrived, some using the RMS Queen Elizabeth, some on the Ile-de-France as well, arrived at Poddington, and the crew arrived at RAF Thorpe Abbott's, which the US Army Air Force designated it as Station 139. The US Army Air Forces, they had station numbers usually, okay? Actually, they did have on all of them, whether it was a fighter station or a bomber station. The 25th of June 1943, the 100th Bomb Group flew its first Air Force mission. Now, they got their nickname from the amount of losses they had in any one mission. The 100th Bomb Group were called the Bloody 100th, and they still are today, and I'll tell you. So for those that don't know, the 100th Bomb Group are still flying today, but I'll explain. So there's our serial number, there's our flight, and this is our squadron here. Again, they brought that in. You would have had EP for the 351st Bomb Squadron, which was part of the 100th Bomb Group. Now, Thorpe Abbott's is not far away from here, okay? Thorpe Abbott's is not far, it's about 30 miles. When they left and went back to, when the 100th Bomb Group finished in 1945 and went back to the US, when they deactivated, they went through a few stages of different roles. And then they were activated as the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. They also had a reconnaissance title to them as well in history. But then when they became the 100th Air Refueling Wing, operating the KC-135s, they came here. Okay, now in honour of them and their legacy, the 100th Bomb Group being, what, 30 miles away from here, they were allowed to still fly, actually operationally, the only World War II tail marking in existence from the 100th Air Refueling Wing. So the CV-22 and the Mc-130J, they're a different wing. They were actually, or at least a different group at the time. They're part of the 352nd Special Operations Wing. They're not part of the 100th, hence they don't have the square D and they cannot fly it because that isn't their lineage. The who else have we got? The 501st, they're the Combat Support Wing. The 55th Wing, but they already have a tail marking Oscar Foxtrot of the 55th Wing. That's the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. So that is a very good question, Noxie, and that's why, because they can't fly it, because then you have to be the 100th Air Refueling Wing. And the purpose of having that marking is that you can get into formation with your other bomb groups. That was the whole purpose, and that again, very, it was, very practical. It would be very effective in combat. You can get together with your bomb groups. Okay, so you can basically markings and identification. This beautiful B-17, I love the B-17. Had a great. It was very reliable, named the Flying Fortress. This is due to the reporter saying, wow, it looks like a flying fortress. Oi, how you doing? Because of the amount of guns it had on there. And Boeing quickly got a patent on that, got that copyrighted, and quickly took that name. With its 1820, Wright Cyclone engines. It's just amazing. The history on this very aircraft that I'm holding here is phenomenal. It could get a service ceiling of 40,000. It could get 300 miles per hour speed on that. Bomb load was very different to the 33-foot long Lancaster. You see, it was very narrow, it was smaller. The Lancaster had it going all the way back here, 33 foot and 5 foot wide. Look at this, they actually had them set vertically, the bombs, sorry about that, bash that, rather than all laid across on RAF bombers. I don't think any RAF bombers had, I don't think they did. I'm trying to think of the RAF's bomb bay. I don't think even the Vulcan, I don't think the Vulcan had a vertically aligned sort of bombs. It was very, it was an effective thing to do, very different. So there we go. Actually, I don't think I have, off the top of my head, I'm just trying to think of the bomb bay on because the fuselage was only 2.5 meters, I think, on the widest part. Just trying to think of the bomb bay dimensions. It can't be very big. It's a very good point. Hang on, let's have a look. Have a look at this. Well, I would say it would be about 2.5 meters. So what's that? 9 foot? The widest point of the fuselage was what? 2.5 meters. So we could say that's let's have a look. 2.5, 6. Yeah, what's that? 8. I'm trying to convert. Sorry, 1 meter, 3 foot, 6 foot. So what? 7 foot wide? About that. By about 10 foot. I'm gonna actually try and find it. That's a very good question. Never occurred to me to add that up. There we go. So I'm just trying to have a look. I'm struggling to find the answer to that. But I've got a B-17 book at home, so I'm going to go and you know what I'm going to be reading about tonight. Thanks everyone who's tuned in today. Welcome to our Monday show, Mildenhall Monday. Right, I'll go and have a cup of tea in a minute. Ted's just going to pop on the show quickly. Well, we've had 2 departures and a 2-ship of F-15s on a low approach. That's a 2-ship, which was quite cool. Big shout out to all our friends at RAF Mildenhall. You know who you are, thank you. Got quite a few, haven't we, Ted? That actually work here on the base, so big shout out to them. What they do. Big shout out to the 95th and of course the 100th LRS Logistics Readiness Squadron. Johnny Hickson, Guards March, thank you for the super chat there, Guards March. Steve Evans as well with 31 months membership. Hello. Lots of big planes today, yes. Hopefully we'll get you a few more as well. Joshua Brown, 8 months membership. Thanks for Nikos and Ted and TCS family. Oi oi, thank you very much. Guards March. Margot, here's to Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much, Margot. Guards March, thanks for the super. Darren Pierce with 27 months membership. Sorry about the flag. We'll have to get you the other one. Nikos, be loud and proud. Thank you very much. G-Ham and Lupin's Walking Tours. Love you, Nikos. Don't shut up for anyone. 9 months. Yeah. Oh dear. Marky Stoddart, 29 months membership. Oi oi, drops away and tipping all round. Cheers, Nikos. Ted's mods and the TCS for being awesome. Last one to the mess bar is a cabage. Scott Steigel, member for 7 months. Morning all. Great 7, nearly 8 months. Thanks for helping me stay in the green at some low points recently. Of course, we always promote a good well-being and mental health. Stay in the green is our little chart. Staying in the green means good. You're welcome, man. Jan Clark, Nikos, we love you and love to hear you. Love you and Ted Bears fan crew. See ya, Brian. See ya. And Baker Mike of Brazillo, welcome. High five, Guards March. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ed Butcher, 27 months, time flies. Doing a great job as always. Steve Sedman, member for 31 months. Wow. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure following on this epic journey. Thank you very much. Greg's Fiery, member for 1 month. Well done on your first month. Oi oi oi. And Steve Griffiths, oh bless you, £2 to pay for Ted's entry. Guards Mark, that's very sweet. Thank you. Sorry about the flag, I might have to go and get the other heavier one. We don't know. Nice to get it. Might get blown away though, but never mind. We've had worse. Oh, there you go. Right, what I'll do, I'll go and make another cup of tea, see if I can make an aircraft up here, right? That'll be hilarious. bit. Oh gosh. Yeah, just try not to walk into a tripod, it hurts. Right, let's pop that here. Welcome, Bundesliga. Hello, my name is Jens from Germany. Hope you're all good and behaving yourselves. And one moment, please. One moment. Oh yes, sorry about this. I just needed to make sure everything was okay. My name is Jens from Germany. How are you? Hope you're behaving yourselves. Hope it's all good. Guten Tag. And my German friends, how are you? Yes. Any order around here? Speaking of order, here he is. Hey, well, you're right. No way, you doing wrong now. Yes, I'm very good. Did you enjoy the football? Oh, I did. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Once I got me old football here. It was. Oh, thanks for taking me there. Now we went to Bremen. I was in Germany over the weekend there now. Yes, you did very well, thank you, but we did not score a goal. In fact, we didn't lose, we didn't win. There was some bit in between. It was 0-0.
Yeah, it was alright. It was a good game, though. You did alright in the second half, man. You were really giving it some there now.
Yes, we went to Bremen. And myself and this gentleman here. Yes, football.
Yeah, we had our own little game, didn't we?
Yes, very good.
Yeah, well, if I, show us what he's really good at moves, I'll tell you that. He's really good, Jens, really good at football. Right.
Yes, make sure you
take the corner over there.
Yes, you do that. Make sure it's all good. This is how we played Werder Bremen. It was 0-0. Terrible. But okay, I'm ready.
Are you ready there now?
Yes. Go for it. Make sure it's all good. Oh yeah. Oh, gosh. Should we do that again, Jens? That didn't go very well, Jens, mate. You're right. Jens is taking the tumble. I shall do some TV updates.
What happened there, Jens? Let me do it again.
It's a bit windy. You know, they're terrible. Yes, the football. Yes. Okay, you go. Doing some keepy uppies. Yes, look at this. Jürgen Klinsmann, beautiful.
Where you going, mate?
I'm taking this football away. Where is Captain Weber? I don't know who that is. As we wait for more movements. I'm back. Yes, that was good. That was very good. I enjoyed that. Jürgen Klinsmann, one of my favorites. Yes, yeah.
Going on here? How you doing? My name is Casey. How we doing?
Casey, how are you? You play football? Oh, no, sir. I don't really play. I play, I know we call it soccer where I'm from, but I'm from West Coast. How you doing? Yes, very good. Very good. How are you? You could, yes. And, do you play some sports? Well, I like to play American football. American football, yes. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Let me go and get you soccer, because I got what you need. Here, this yours? Thank you very much. Yeah, part of the 100th LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadron, part of the QA Quality Assurance. We got what you need. I bet you're very good at it. I bet you got the boots for it. Well, I'm not sure, sir. I'm usually American football. Now, then, listen, if I pass you the football, you may be able to do a Jürgen Klinsmann. All right, all right. Very good, very good, very good. You passed. Is he all right? I'm from West Coast. My name's Casey. That's right. We got what you need. We take care of everything logistics-wise. We got to be at the ready. You can see on the battlefield. This ain't no Argos. We got to queue up. You got to get things yesterday. You know what I mean? That's right. We need things done. We have a lot of system going on, and you can also bring your expertise to the LRS. That's right. So bring it to the shop. That's what we call it. Sometimes we got things that due in for maintenance, diffums. That's right. Sometimes things are non-serviceable, but that's how we do it. Because I'm from the LRS. Big shout out to my 100th LRS crew. Hope we're all good. What up to the running man? Hope we're all good. That's right. We got to get things ready. We even color code parts as well. When parts come in, we got to check the color. Are they green? Are they mean? Are they blue? In for a Q? Are they brown? Not sound? You know, that kind of thing. Are they red? They going to bed? We have color coordinate for parts. We've even got a gentleman about 77 years old. He takes care of only the propellers. That's right, that's all he does. He's had decades of experience looking at the propellers. You see, they're like wings. Each propeller treated like a wing. It's got to flow right. If it doesn't flow right, it ain't good for the flight. We got what you need. See ya! How we all doing? Oh dear, the Bears have been really on form lately. They've been really going for it. It's been hilarious. They've been having a good time, and obviously we're making sure they don't end up as FOD, which is, you know, or should we call them FOB, foreign object bears or something? Oh, I don't know, just making that up. You know how it is. White Wizard, how you doing? What up? Hope you're all good. But yeah, it's a bit of a quiet one today, and not sure we're going to get any CV-22 Osprey action. Looks like they're at Fairford today, so they're doing some sort of exercise, I believe. So no worries, no worries. We did have two MC-130s as well from here, so need some big iron heavy. Well, yeah, well, that's one of the challenges of doing what I do. I've got to be able to swap accents, you know. Of course the Bears actually do that themselves, but you gotta I do have some funny moments when I get the wrong accents done, and it's hilarious, where Wingy started speaking like Reggie and Reggie started speaking like Wingy. That was a fun moment as well. But yeah, there we go. We've got a big iron heavy over here, C-17, which hopefully that's going out later on, or very shortly then, to save us from waiting too long. Can't see any steps or anything, ladders, etc. See much from that angle, but there we go. Runway 10 in use currently. We won't be seeing Aussie for a little bit now because he's got his flight back. Got it done the other day, which was amazing. Oh, I might just go and grab a bit of scran. It's coming up to that time. I might have it now rather than later. In the meantime, just enjoy the views while I just go and get a little bit of scran while we wait. See you in a bit. Have a cup of tea. Mildenhall is so chilled out here. It's lovely. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, I'll be back on the show in just a sec. doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. My name's Nicholas, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Conning Speed channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're good. A little bit windy. just been doing that quite a lot with the easterly winds. Just suddenly the gusts just start to pick up and cause just a little bit of havoc. But hope we're all good. Let's have a look. I hope also that you all had a fantastic weekend. Looks like a good shot if I can get it. Hang on. This is going into the sun. This is going to be a good shot. Hang on a minute. Seen that before. Just get a bit of balance. Any ideas? Gosh, hang on. Sorry. It's extremely close, isn't it? Clearly flying together. So that's what, heading northbound somewhere. Well, there you go, guess the aircraft, all right. How about that for a round of guess the aircraft then? And that was awesome to see. I had no idea what was going on. I thought it was like an A400 and a MC-130. I mean, that is quite extremely high up. Sorry, the wind is still quite punchy. I'm just trying to hang on to it. Right, here we go. Let me see, any thoughts? Have you got any thoughts on that one? That was interesting. So when you get aircraft that close, you don't always get them all on there, which is why probably you can only see the one. That was amazing. What was that from Cranfield? I'm hearing. That was really cool, man. Did we not see that at Riyadh last year, if I remember correctly? Yeah, you'll see one of them on ADSB when they are so close together. You don't usually get. I mean, they were very close. It was really good, that. I enjoyed seeing that. It was something different, wasn't it? That was cool. So we had the Saab 146 at the back at Riyadh. It was the first 146 built, one we just got, National Flying Laboratory, Cranfield University. Nice, which is Saab 340B Flying Classroom. So you'll hear an Osprey but in the background, but it is just doing it's flexing. So I've got 30 minutes of flexing from the CV-22 Osprey. I'm not sure if it's. I don't know if it's the one inside. Oh, it could be. Is it? No, it's not the one inside. Maybe this one. No, there is a. I think there's a. Oh yeah, maybe that one. Okay, no worries. Over my head. That formation there, that was really good. Stuff like that, little surprises like that, always a treat. proper. We'll be there tomorrow for some 48 fighter wing action. Check on AWCU, see if we've got anything in the vicinity on its way here or anything else. We haven't had any KC-135s today yet. Yeah, so unfortunately, we've got CV-22 Osprey, but it's just going to be flexing, unfortunately, which is this one here. That's a shame. Never mind. I mean, we've been lucky quite a lot. You know, we've had lots of luck with the CV-22 Ospreys. It's only going to come to a matter of time when we run out of luck on these, I'm afraid. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby channel live. Here at RAF Mildenhall. A bit of a wait now until further movement, unfortunately, but that's the risk that we take, though, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Unlike RAF Lakenheath across the road, which Lakenheath served as a decoy airfield. RAF Lakenheath was a decoy airfield to protect RAF Mildenhall in a form of deception, in a form of a decoy airfield. At the time when Lakenheath was developed into a decoy airfield, of course, RAF Mildenhall were operating the Vickers Wellington bomber, so they made fake Wellington bombers as well as a fake airfield to make it look like RAF Mildenhall. It's quite fascinating when you think of that sort of almost primitive in thought, but that's the way humans are in you know, any form of deception if it's effective, and it obviously was, because RAF Lakenheath took 5 separate attacks and hits, so it obviously saved Mildenhall, you know, 5 times. And Mildenhall was built in 1934, as we mentioned. I mean, the actual design and plans to build it, I mean, if you think about it, it was only about 11 years after the First World War. It's not, you know, when you compare that and how many airfields were left after 1918, there were around 300 military airfields. It took, you know, dropped down to just 27 by 1924, but they obviously thought about it, because a few years later, just 2 years, they already started to think about developing and expanding the airfields once more. I guess it was a state of what if, could it happen again? And this is exactly what happened here at Mildenhall. Mildenhall was selected to maintain and to be built as a functioning bomber command group. Started, actually formed number 5 group bomber command here, but left in just a month, literally, here. Number 5 group, very interesting. Went to Lincolnshire. I don't know why that happened. It was in I think it was in 1937, I think it was. Let me just double check, give you the right date. Could have been 1938, yeah, 37. Yeah, 37 in September 1937, formed in 37 here. And a month later, in October, moved to Lincolnshire at St Vincent's Hall near Grantham. So that was that, and Mildenhall fell under the command eventually, when it was formed, of number 3 group. But that wasn't until after the formation of course, Bomber Command, because they established in 1936, as well as Fighter Command, Coastal Command, and 4 years later, Training Command as well. Here comes our flexing. Started life out as RAF Beckrow, but that changed to RAF Mildenhall. Finally opened on the 16th of October 1934, and its first mission was actually an air race, the famous Royal Aero Club's England to Australia. In fact, it was Mildenhall to Melbourne race, and that happened 4 days after it opened, watched by the King George V, who dedicated the base a day before in 1934, along with Queen Mary, the Prince of Wales, and the Duke of York as well. And the Mac Robertson air race drew 70,000 witnesses, and the winners in the de Havilland 88 Comet, Grosvenor House, which still flies today, believe it or not, Took 70 hours, 54 minutes with a prize money of £10,000. That's awesome. First squadron to operate here arrived on November the 15th, 1934. It's number 99 Squadron, Madras Presidency Bomber Squadron. We're still flying today as C-17s in Brize Norton. We're flying the Handley Page Hayford.
Hey.
There he is, man!
Hey, I used to be Collins today.
No, not today.
Hi brother, I'll tune in after this.
Give us a buzz, man! God's march for the man! So they were operating the Handley Page Hayfords until eventually they swapped and re-equipped to the monoplane bomber, the Vickers Wellington bomber in 1938. So unfortunately this is just going to be a ground run. There's our Wellington bomber, our second aircraft. I don't have a Hayford unfortunately, but it's a huge biplane. So this was, that should be a bit clearer now, there we go. There's our Vickers Wellington bomber, lovely. The Royal Air Force's most produced bomber of World War II. 11,400 at least built. Building at a rate of 28 per week of these, a world record breaking assembly in 23 hours 50 minutes of building one of these. Bomb load 4,000, about 240 miles per hour max speed, but of course it varied in marks, built in 16 different variants as well. There we go, operating with a few squadrons at first here. Listen to that flexing in the background. So the ground run usually lasts between 20 and 30 minutes. Or the flexing does anyway. Squadron as well joining them, with Fairy Hendons replacing their Hayford bombers here at RAF Mildenhall. And served from 1936 to 39. A free group moved from Andover to RAF Mildenhall. A new unit with new aircraft arrived here. Number 149 Squadron. And they brought with them the Wellington bombers as well. And literally 3 days after Germany's invasion of Poland, Britain and France declared war on Germany. That's on the 3rd of September 1939, and 6 hours after the official declaration of war on Germany, 3 Wellington bombers from 149 Squadron took off to bomb German battleships in Kiel Canal. And this canal, the Kiel, was a stretch of waterway that links the North Sea to the Baltic Sea. 149 Squadron's Wellington bombers also featured in some films. Target for Tonight. The Lion has wings as well. The squadrons operated on the battlefield and served on several missions from Mildenhall. 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons from 419 Squadron and 17 from 149 Squadron took part in the 1000 bomber raid. A raid that was put together by Air Marshal Arthur Harris, nicknamed Bomber Harris. He was not going to be told or bullied into what was happening in the Second World War with the frats from World War II's Germany. So he was not having none of it. 1,047 total aircraft, but Bomber Harris's plan to get 1,000 bombers was a little bit tricky because the RAF didn't have 1,000 bombers at the time with its aging Hamdens and Blenheims, but he spoke to Coastal Command, but to no avail, so he decided to use Training Command's OTUs. I know, right? And although some of the many of the crew weren't quite ready and qualified, or at least had their wings in Bomber Command, he kind of gave a bit of leeway and said that if you're only a few weeks finishing, you've already got your wings done. So you can imagine the kind of complications with that, but it was a raid against Cologne with 1,047 bombers. I think around about 40 odd were lost, which if you consider 1,047 bombers going in with 42 or thereabouts being lost, that's actually quite a good ratio, to be honest. But they were dispatched, which 868 attacked the main target and dropped 1,455 tons of explosives, 2/3 of which were incendiaries. And you can imagine the city suffered severe damage with 250 factories and so many houses destroyed and damaged. You only got to start to think, you know, people on the ground. Which was a major effort by Bomber Command. They May 1942, they had only an average of about 400 serviceable aircraft in operational bomber squadron. So finding that additional 600 meant stripping Bomber Command clean, and tried to use OTUs. So very daring mission to do that in that respect. .149 Squadron also conducted several raids here before they moved over to Lakenheath in 41. It was only on the January the 18th, 1940, they conducted their first night bombing mission. But eventually, towards the end of the year of 1941, 149 traded its Wellington bombers for the new short Stirling bomber. I've mentioned before, this should have had a wingspan of about 10 foot extra either side at least, but the Air Ministry were not about to create hangars to accommodate the short Stirling bomber. So 149 started to operate the Stirlings. The design concept was good, but of course hindered by the Air Ministry's almost like criteria for a bomber. It was the first 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force, but the problem was, because it didn't have that extra wingspan, the wing area was smaller, and fully fueled, fully loaded, it was a disastrous 16,500 service ceiling, which, to be honest, when you've got other aircraft that can go higher but then not as much bomb load, this was susceptible to a lot of battle damage from flak, and it suffered in that respect, and it's serving duties such as towing the Horsa glider. And there we go. Had a good payload with it. If you think about the Vickers Wellington bomber only having 4,000 pound for its payload, the short Stirling outshone that. It added an extra 10,000 pounds of bomb load. So, you know, you've got to weigh that out. It had 8 guns, the 303 Browning machine guns, higher speed than the Wellington at 282, but like I said, the service ceiling was its downfall due to the fact that it was restricted to having just 102 foot, or 99 foot, sorry, wingspan. It was hindered in that respect. So several other squadrons flew here, and Lancasters were here, Halifax bombers were also stationed here with various squadrons. And on the March the 22nd, 1944, Lancaster and Halifax bombers from Mildenhall took part in the first major raid against Berlin. The raid consisted of more than 800 bombers from several bases, and it marked the end of what Bomber Command called the Battle of Berlin. Lancaster that was here, and also the Handley Page Halifax as well. Slightly bigger than our Lancaster here. This is an older Mark Handley Page Halifax. The earlier designs had the kidney-shaped fins on the H-tail, which caused a lot of problems when trying to avoid enemy fighters. Would go into like almost like it will lose control and go into a roll or a spin, and they changed the design to a different shape there. As you can see, our Lancaster on the left and our Halifax on the right, both 4-engine bombers, but this flew right and looked right, of course. Looked right, flew right. Fortunately, the Halifax had a few issues, been spotted at night by the amount of flames coming out of the exhaust, so they added dampers on the exhausts. Enemy fighters at night fighters would just look for the flames and shoot in the middle, as they could be lit up at night. But these two operated here with various squadrons. Squadron that were operating here with the Lancasters. Also D-Day as well saw Mildenhall take part. 35 Lancasters from 15 and 622 squadrons struck targets along the Atlantic Wall, and the next day another 33 Lancaster attacked targets near Lisieux in France. Mildenhall also provided the staging point for the large numbers of Horsa gliders before D-Day as well. The attacks really marked the first daylight bombing raids by both squadrons. In Mildenhall, for Mildenhall though, the war effectively ended on the April the 22nd, 45, when bombers from the station flew their last combat mission against Bremen in Germany, and officially Germany surrendered May the 7th, 1945, or May the 8th. Additional surrender. So this is our CV-22 Osprey, just flexing. This isn't, sadly it's only flexing, it's not taking off, unfortunately. So after the war, lots of aircraft flew home repatriated prisoners of war in Operation Exodus. Also participated in Operation Manna, dropping relief supplies to the Dutch people stranded by the flooding caused by retreating German Wehrmacht. By the end of 1945, Mildenhall's operational activity experienced a decrease, and it was time for another change for Mildenhall. In 1950 to 91 saw a period of joint strategic air command, the initial unit with the Royal Air Force. It was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force, and of course after 1959 the base was solely operated as a United States Air Force base from 1959. And it's been an United States Air Force base since then. So the timeline will be 1934 to 1950, Royal Air Force, and in between 50 and 59, a joint Royal Air Force and US Air Force, and then from 59 to today is still United States Air Force base. Lots of lovely birds tweeting away there. So during the Strategic Air Command, the base would see various bomb wings, Boeing B-50D Super Fortresses, also on rotational bomb wings here, 22nd Bomb Wing, the 93rd Bomb Wing and the 509th Bombardment Wing as well, all operating B-50Ds and KB-29Ps as well. Also KC-97 Strato freighters, B-47s as well, the Stratojet again between Brize Norton and Fairford, those kind of entwined, and some of the bomb groups were here, there and at RAF Marham as well. So some of the bomb wings and bomb groups that we do mention a few times where they've been rotationally deployed. Another group, the 513th Tactical Group as well, with the WB-50D, which was which was the 58th Weather Squadron, was also here. Silk Purse as well was also operating here, which was a EC-135H, and that was of the 10th Air Control Center Squadron. And then another change which kind of was marked an era for Mildenhall, which kind of made it infamous in some ways, with the 306 Strategic Wings, 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, with their SR-71A Blackbird. So this was a significant moment for them, which was a arrival of Detachment 4, the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, in 1976, which controlled the U-2 and SR-71 Blackbird operations rotationally from the base, and from their arrival until the departure of the last SR-71 on 18th of January 1990, the 306 Strategic Wings SR-71 and U-2 aircraft came to symbolise the RAF Mildenhall public eye attention, shall we say. I mean, Blackbirds operating here, I wish. July the 1st, 78, the 306 Strategic Wing of Strategic Air Command transferred to Mildenhall from Ramstein Air Base from West Germany at the time, with a Boeing KC-135. In the 90s, things changed once more for something familiar. The 100th Air Refeuling Wing arrived 1st of Feb 1992 and assumed responsibilities over the 306. There was a bit of a drawdown in May 1993. See MC-130E Combat Talons as well, HC-130P Combat King, MH-53 Pave Low, all transferred to Mildenhall in March 95 from Alconbury. 501st Combat Support Wing as well activated here at Mildenhall, 21st of May 2005. All our squadrons here now. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears, support the channel. And hit the like button. And if you are subscribed as well, or you haven't done so, don't forget to subscribe. Help us reach 100k on this fabulous journey of the Ted Coningsby channel. And don't miss out, find out where we are by hitting the notification bell button, so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. Live streams are usually scheduled in the day before, where I'm almost certain of where I'm going to be. Arno DeVray, Davey, Margot, Captain Jerry Donnelly, P65, Chris Austin, all of you, how are you all doing? So unfortunately it's been one of these quiet moments at Mildenhall today for us. As we kind of give a moderate average of an hour per takeoff or landing, and we've had two. Yes, we have had a two-ship low approach from two F-15E Strike Eagles. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet, but that's the risk that you take, isn't it? That's what plane spotting is all about. We can only hope for our C-17 to depart. Just have a look. We've still got two Mc-130Js out there. Auto Art, Neil, how you doing? Davey H, what up? Hope you're all good. Just gonna have a quick look on ADSB, see if we've got anything sort of in the vicinity. Nothing at the moment, unfortunately. on supporting the channel. So tomorrow we are at RAF Lakenheath. Oh yeah. Give you a bit more US Air Force action. And for many of you, one of your favourite bases. Just to support the channel, just hit the like. Maybe a quiet day, but you know we get some busy days here as well. Well, what a day. Pretty quiet, unfortunately, with just the 2 departures and the low approach. So not much for our bingo, our Mildenhall bingo, unfortunately, for today. But you never know, things can change in a bit. You never know how it works out here. This has been flexing for, I think they said about 20 minutes, half an hour, I think. But they can, it's about the normal sort of time for a ground run. It's just an essential part. The ground crew playing a major part in all the checks and running of operations. Thanks a lot everyone for supporting the channel. We're now at 91.4k, which is incredible, especially on this quiet day. So thank you to all of you, for the new viewers. You can probably tell that we are a very functioning military aviation channel, bringing you the latest and greatest live streams and videos around the country. So it'll be a nice mix of things. But our C-17 over here is not looking likely it's going out there now, but never mind. Just take the rough with the salmon smooth. Dreams 1979, how you doing? Hope you're good. Well, there we go. Unfortunately, that's that for that one, but this one isn't going anywhere just yet with the covers on. So it doesn't look like it's going anywhere for now. Now I can hear an aircraft to my right. It's something else. Amazing amount of heat haze that you get this time of year, isn't it? Amazing. Lots of jelly everywhere. Christopher can't love it, anyone on the base. perfect weather for it, but not enough aircraft, right? So let's see how much we can get before we finish up later on. Hopefully a landing, so you can get to see a landing from runway 10. Well, a bit quiet, isn't it, sadly, but there we go. Look, we're all good. Certainly hear something from the south side of the base, but unsure what it is at this stage. But hey, our worst one is one movement, wasn't it? One departure, if you remember, a long time ago. So we actually haven't had one of these days for a very long time. AWCU on patrol, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Lots of people mistake this for a security vehicle, but it's a Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. They deal with all things wildlife, not just birds, although birds are predominantly their thing, but it does have, they do manage other forms of wildlife, hares, rabbits, squirrels, have an array of options to deter birds and other wildlife from different coloured flags, from red, yellow, white or black. Spoken to AWCU before and they said they don't have a particular colour for each bird, it's just whatever works. They have a rifle, they have a flare gun, they can use the vehicle to chase away birds, which we've seen, and it's quite effective, playing the horn, playing pre-recorded distress signals or other various forms of audio. C-17, be nice to get that, eh? Has that got Charleston on it, or it's hard to tell, isn't it? All that heat haze, but it's quite far away, believe it or not. The other method that I've seen before, exclusively captured for our members, is the use of falconry from the AWCU as well, which we've got. Spectacular to watch. They can use falconry as well quite often. Isn't it? Set for your flag, mate. Okay, we'll go without, but look after your berry, yeah? Just be careful, Ted. Ted's gonna Just pop on the screen. There he is. That's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. It's extremely windy up here again. Mike A, high five. Welcome to the TCS Bosch Officers Club. A guards march to you. Also to RAF Mildenhall's running man. How's he doing in the 100th LRS? Guards march to you. You know you are, man. Davey H, thank you. UK's not military viewing channel. Thank UK's not military channel. Okay. Not sure about that one, but Davey H, thanks for the super chat. That's supposed, I think it's supposed to be UK's #1 military viewing channel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Guards March. And Chris Austin, thanks again for the amazing journey on this amazing community. Comes from the bottom of my heart. Love it. Love to all Ted, Nikos, Claire Bear, and all the Spanners. Let's ride for another year and many more. Oh yeah. Guards March, thanks a lot, Chris Austin. That's so cool. Thank you very much. Mark H, thank you for your 13th month membership. Oi oi, keep up the good work. Ted, Nikos and Claire, and all, thank you very much. Chris Austin celebrating 12 months as well today, so nice milestone. We'll get you another Guards March for that, my man. Well, yeah, 1 year membership to this amazing community. Thanks Nikos and Ted, Claire and all the Spanners for keeping it sweet and neat. Thank you very much. Guards March. High five to Sue W, gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. Sue W, member for 10 months as well, thank you. Brian Corley, 8 months, great streams, thanks. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla, who's been a member for 19 months. Oi oi, doesn't seem that long when enjoying it, thank you very much. Steve H as well, with 10 months membership, great shows as always, oi oi. Michael L, congratulations, look at that, he's turned green with 2 years. Yeah, 2 years as a member. Michael L, thank you very much indeed for that, well done. Thank you for your 2-year milestone and being with us for that long. White Wizard, what up? How we doing? Nikos and the Bears, thank you so much for the super chat. Guards March to White Wizard. Guards March. Oh, he's off. Now, don't be put off by coming here, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. I know what you mean, I know. The thing is, though, with Mildenhall, you can get some... We've had some fantastic streams and seen some of the most spectacular things here, so... just got to take that chance and see what happens. running, but I'm not sure what it is. whether it will amount to a departure. Sounds like our startup has stopped, unfortunately. Oh well, never mind. We'll just wait for the next one. Actually don't know what's going on the mark. I can hear something, but with this really strong wind, it's really harsh at the minute. Goodness mate, it's absolutely Morecambe Mindy up here. Hey there, my name's Grand Crew Drew. How's it all going? Goodness me, how come it's been so windy round here? Goodness me, I nearly fell off then. Goodness mate, absolutely shocking round here, isn't it? I mean, the current bun's that ain't shy. Certainly this wind ain't, isn't it? Goodness me. How you doing, Grand Crew Drew? Just been working with the 100 for LRS and the QA. Just making sure it's all good. Working with the ground crew today. Just did a ground run on the CV-22 over there. Pretty good. There's a few peeps getting excited. Thought it was taking. God, the only thing taking off here is my fur, isn't it? Goodness, oi! Stop it. Terrible, isn't it? Hey, all right now, what's got all this wind here? It's a bit windy in there now. Don't think I can cope with this. No, it's not very good, is it? Goodness, you don't know. God, it's ultimate chaos around here. Absolutely shocking. Goodness me. It's like a crazy pancake, isn't it? It's flipped. Terrible, isn't it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, you been all right though, yeah? Yeah, I'm all right, man. Yeah, it's all good. But it's a bit of a challenge, right? When you're working with this wind, you've got all your tools on the floor and I'm rolling around, drop tanks start rolling around, all the ordnance start going, your paperwork, your pen, everything's all taking off apart from your aircraft. Unbelievable trying to work on all this. It's not very good, is it? Yeah. What are you doing? Oh, we're just doing me checks there and out. Just doing me checks there and out. Yeah, I just had a run in with Godzilla. What do you mean you had a run in with Godzilla? Yeah, he was over there in that restaurant. A Godzilla in a restaurant? What did he eat? The restaurant. Oh dear. Oh, well, that's not very good, is it? No, it's not very good at all. Well, I bet the bill was been quite a lot, isn't it, there now? Yeah, I should have sent him up to the moon. Moon? Restaurant? Moon? Yeah, that's right up on the moon, isn't it? What do you mean? He should have gone, oh, you don't want Godzilla up on the moon there now. Yeah, it's beautiful. Great views for him. You know, food's amazing, but it's got no atmosphere. Yeah, well, you know, got to be careful around here now. Yeah, terrible, isn't it? Yeah. Mind you, where does Godzilla go for, you know, the dentist and all that? I don't know. Where does Godzilla go for the dentist? I don't know. We'll have to ask King Kong, innit? See what he thinks about it all. I mean, don't want him going to the dentist, do you? God, can you imagine that, having your filling? That'd be quite bad, innit? A bit like a pie, innit? What do you mean like a pie? Well, pies go to the dentist. Why is that? They go in for a filling. Oh, you're getting good at this. I like this. I like that. I like that. Oh dear. Right, I'm off to the sweet shop. Do you need anything? Yeah, get those chicken looking sweets there now. Alright mate, alright, I'm off. See you in a bit. Take care there now. Catch you later. He's alright, I love him. He's a good bear now. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment. Just make sure it's all good round here now. Just doing me perimeter checks and make sure it's all good. Sometimes we've got to come in here and have a look, see what the public are getting up to, make sure they're not up to mischief and all that there now. You know what these people are like there now. Got to get ready for them and up. Oh, some pretty gurnt planes round here. I've been having a look round the perimeter. Always gurnt round here, aren't they? Don't get many pretty little planes, do you? Right, behave yourself there now. I'm off to do me checks there now. Oh, and have some chucking sweets. Hope you enjoyed that little scene there, just filling in the gaps while we wait for aircraft, and I think it's time for another cup of tea, I think. It's always good to stay hydrated, especially when you're at air shows. Don't forget, don't be fooled by the cold easterly winds as well. It can catch you out, because the easterly winds are predominantly cold or colder and freezing, but with this the strong rays of the sun there can kind of give you the idea that it's not.
All ground aircraft,
What's going on here now? Come on, give us another departure before we go.
All ground aircraft, 8078, chosen.
Oh, it was a ground run in the end, sadly. But of course, with easterly winds affects, you know, different runways, different winds affect different runways, of course, because aircraft will take off into the wind. Usually, if it's, of course, wind doesn't go exactly down the runway. If it's easterly winds, you'll usually get your 05s, 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, etc. Those will be the easterly runways, and westerly favoured runways will be, you know, when the wind's blowing westerly, will be, yeah, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, etc. Again, I have to choose wisely when it's kind of like right bang in the wind, right bang in the middle with crosswinds, and there's only a certain amount of crosswind knots that aircraft can cope with. Crosswind being, well, a bit of a challenge, and I know that there are some pilots that actually relish it. Right, I'm off to go and get a quick cup of tea, ladies and gents. I'll be right back. Oh dear. Very much, ladies and gents, teddy bears, for staying with us today on this very, very quiet day. But that's the way it can be. I don't think this is going out in a hurry. But we have, don't let it put you off. Like I said, we have had some fantastic days here at Mildenhall, more times than most. We've had more good times than, you know, quiet days like this. These are extremely, for us, we're quite lucky really, because it isn't exactly like a back-to-back, you know, Lakenheath or, you know, Coningsby. It's a little bit quieter, but like I said, you can get your rewards here. It really has some spectacular aircraft that do appear out of nowhere sometimes, and we've had some fun. But in the meantime, just going to ride it out maybe for another hour and a half and see how we get on. Trent M negative. This is a I believe the Elvis crew from Memphis, from the 164th Airlift Wing, have gone back now. This is a totally different one. And yeah, we won't forget the Elvis crew in a very short time, will we? Isn't it? This C-17 with powered by 4 Pratt & Whitney F-117s, rating at 40,400 pounds of thrust. And when you put it in like that, that's almost like having a Typhoon for each engine, plus 400 pounds extra, just because of why not, which is amazing. What we can do, let's do a quick 10 minutes Q&A, I think. What do you reckon? Should we do a Q&A? Let's do it. It's usually quite good, isn't it, Ted? I'll get Ted as well, with us as well. Well, I'll try and hang on. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Right. Don't panic, I'm not as dark as it appears on here. You can see because of the shadow, but don't panic. It's not an amazing tan or anything. It's just the way the shadow's playing up, and I always add a bit of extra saturation to give you a bit more, you know, a bit more oomph, a bit of zest, you know. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. We'll do a quick Q&A, shall we? What do you reckon? Should we do a Q&A, Teddy? Oi, oi. We'll do a quick Q&A while we wait. We'll do a quick fire round. If you've got any questions about the history or about the aircraft, about the base, let's have it. This is our squadron leader, Ted Collingsby. You can see how windy it is, look, and you can see the wind direction from my hair, which is pretty good. Okay, Dave Earl, what's the most unusual plane you've seen? I'll tell you what, it's got to be the Lockheed 12 Electra Junior. It fascinates me, that aircraft. It is an unusual aircraft because of how it developed it into the sort of the concept of clandestine, or shall we say spy plane, the very first photo reconnaissance by Sidney Cotton. A remarkable story. Do check out our video about it. We've got a video on that as well. So for me, Dave, and it was at an air show, of course, that's a given. But that, for me, it's got to be the most unusual aircraft I've seen flying. It's beautiful. Thanks, a good question there from Dave O. Thank you very much. And yeah, I know, Alex Blackcat, how you doing? Oh no, I'm in a t-shirt. It's extremely rare. It's our Fighter Squadron t-shirt, if you could see that. Captain A, good question here. If you had joined the Royal Air Force, what role would you have liked to do? For me as a kid, being born in Weston-super-Mare in Somerset, which I'll be back to, I wanted to be a Tornado pilot. The Tornado was my favourite aircraft. I just loved it. I was Tornado mad. I wanted to do it, but my eyesight sadly let me down. So good question from Captain A. I wanted to become a Tornado pilot. That was my dream, but aircraft let me down. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Question from Office Mackerel. Did you ever get to go to the Mildenhall Air Fete when it was around? No, I didn't, because of where I was in the country. I wasn't even, you see, right up until I was 10, my parents moved to, obviously when you're a kid you got no control, they moved to Portland, where they had the RNAS or HMS Osprey, where they had Sea Harriers there. So I had a little bit, but then when we moved to Brighton, there was nothing there, not really, and I kind of lost interest. And then with the eyesight thing, I just meh. Brian Smith, you've asked a question about the Pegasus that have two immensely powerful engines. Which Pegasus? Is it the Bristol Pegasus engines on the World War II aircraft? Let me know. Alan West, I am working on that for the future. JKH 2000, out of the military aircraft past and present, what aircraft would you choose to have a flight in? Ooh, good question. What aircraft? Oh, I think to relieve my childhood, it'd have to be the Tornado. I'd love to be in that. I'd love to fly in the back seat on a Tornado. Goodness me, that's what's up with, that's what's going on. That's how powerful the wind is. My hair, everything up here is just awful up here, but yeah, I'd say it'll have to be the Tornado. I'd love to, if that was, as in, you know, because the RAF don't have any Tornadoes anymore, but I know other air forces do, so you never know, it might work out. But Tornado, I would love to, I think that would be for me a classic, but I'll take any aircraft, to be honest. I'd like a ride in possibly either a Lancaster or a B-17, because, you know, with my research of what I do, love to have that honour to be in a B-17 perhaps. Matt Crossan, F-35B or Typhoon? Matt, with Ted here, Matt, good question from Matt Crossan. Has to be the Typhoon with Ted here. Yeah, he agrees. Mackenzie Soccer 3, I've already had that question asked. I am working on just building on more contacts for me to take the kit abroad. Obviously there's a few logistics and stuff of that I need to take care of. What's your favourite plane at Mildenhall? Mine is the Osprey. Okay. I'd have to be the KC-135. Yeah, we'll go with that. Mark Garwood, who's asked a of aircraft, so the props don't look still. Mark Garwood, okay, I don't normally get asked that, but in my experience, you want something like 125th and smaller, maybe 60th of a second. You don't want to go any faster than 125, 125th of a second. Although the only problem you've got is obviously where the sun is. My advice to you is to decrease the aperture, so give it a higher f-stop, yeah, to darken it a little bit, and maybe just do your maybe adjust the exposure as well with that, just lessen it, gives you a bit more chance, because of course when you lower it in this type of light, you're then gonna be fighting with the light. So yeah. EP65 is a question I've not been asked before. Rafale or Gripen? Oh, good question. I mean, they're both excellent, aren't they? I think they're both amazing. That's a very good question. I don't really have a favourite between the two, although the Rafale I've seen enough times, and the Gripen, so I'd say it's about the same. I'd go with the same on that. I think that's an even. That's an odds even on that one. Andrew C. What pre-Second World War plane would you fly in? Andrew C. That's a good question. That's not one I've been asked before. Oh, good question. Pre-Second World War. Let me have a little think. Hang on a minute. I was gonna say the Gloucester Gladiator, but that did kind of come in. So no on that one. I'll tell you what, I keep saying it quite a bit. Probably the Hayford bomber. I'd love to have a go on that. That would be quite cool, just to see that. Nikos, has there been any aircraft you've seen that has been out of the ordinary? Well, I'll tell you what, probably for me to see it was the B2. If you've ever seen one in real life, they are a very phenomenal looking thing. So I know it's something that's operational today, but especially for here, that and we don't have any here, very rare. I think that one's a interesting one. Which LEJ approach, which helicopter would you like to fly on apart from the Osprey and Chinook? Oh no, I was going to say Chinook. Apart from the Osprey, oh, it'd have to be a Wildcat, I think. Let's go in a Wildcat. I'd like a flight in a Wildcat. That'd be quite good. Okay, Daniel Sewell. Question: have you ever been to the Isle of Arran, Benoist crash site when the B-24, B-17, the mountain most difficult I've hiked to? Is that? Oh wow, you've been there. Cool. That's pretty cool. Not been to that. Oh, blocks, KFC or Nando? Oh, it's got to be KFC, isn't it? That was a question for Reggie, that one. Gucci Man, if you could have Otto for a personal display, where would it be? Gucci Man, I'll tell you what, Otto, anywhere. Otto is, if you've not seen Otto, the exploding helicopter, that's amazing. Probably for the, maybe for our party, I'd love to get that. Can you imagine that? Having Otto at the Ted Coningsby party, that would be immense. And, oh, it's just been mentioned now. Von Cloak, do you use any flight sims in your spare time? No, I don't even watch TV. I read a lot of books. Mark F, have you been to Biggin Hill? Not yet, haven't been there yet. And just a quick one on Von Clout, spare time, I don't have any. Alex Blackout, I do have a question. Can any aircraft get a refill from tankers planes? Okay, so some have, right, so you got boomstick and the drogue and probe method, right? Let me just explain. So you got tankers that have a basket. Now the KC-135s, they can do both. They can have, on the back, they can have a basket or certain pods. So for example, the Typhoon and the F-35B and the Rafale, because it's out, has basically a probe that opens out the envelope, and that's got to go in the basket. Whereas boomstick on the F-15E Strike Eagle and the F-35A, for example, that is like almost like a stick, and it kind of extends and sticks in the back of the cockpit on the F-35A. On the F-15E Strike Eagle, it's just behind the port side air intake. Some can do, some can not. It depends. There is a particular is the MH-64 Chinook. That has a massive refueling probe on that. The Ospreys get refueled by the Mc-130J. So yes, some can, some can't. And some have drogue and probe, some have boomstick. Christopher Carr, maybe on that, if consider going to Normandy and doing a live there. Yeah, I mean that's probably quite doable. I'll need to do a recce for that. AJ Sear Count, yeah, I'll be at the campsite. I'll be in on one of the days. I'll be in on Saturday to see you all. Julie Nichols, does Ted or Nikos have any other half at home that's also a lover of aircraft? Yeah, Claire Bear does. Margot Baxter, what would you pick for a Typhoon display? What music? Very good question. It's gonna have to be probably Paul Van Dyke for an Angel. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, the Italian Air Force have got a really good one by Jax Jones. It's Brive. I think that is, yeah, that's probably something I'd like. Yeah, Brive. The Italians do it at Riyadh, and they've done it twice in a row now. Cool. Right, that should cover it. Thank you very much for taking part in the Q&A. I'll have a little look. I'm just going to show you the way paint affects aircraft. Look how dark this C-17 is now, because you know, the grey paint. Look at that. How it, you know, and even the grass. Look how dark, you know, dark green it's got as well. It's amazing how that happens. Love that phenomenon. Literally just shadow, isn't it? It's just the sun just disappearing, making things really dark. It's amazing how dark they go, being grey. Of course, military aircraft mainly use grey to be harder to see. I'll tell you what, speaking of sims, I have at RAF Coningsby had a go on the actual simulator, the Thales that they use. That was something else, to actually sit in the very simulator that the pilots go on. That was amazing. The whole world around you moves, and it's very disorientating if you're not careful. So it's very, your brain really reacts with it, and you're inside a Typhoon cockpit. And it's just phenomenal. Went through the Mach loop. Did a barrel roll and got the RAF bang. Brilliant. Yeah, Margot's had a go in that as well. And I don't think Claire Bear did she? I think Kimberly did. Margot was there as well to have a go. She landed at... where did you land, Margot? Kinloss. I think she landed at Kinloss. So this is the Charleston C-17. This is from Charleston. There's nothing, and sadly that will do. Unfortunately, this can happen. Sadly, all I've got for you is 2 departures and 1 flight of 2 F-15Es through the workbench. Tell you what, I'll try again for another cup of tea. Kebab van that just went past. Brilliant. that's military aviation. We'll be finishing up probably in the next half an hour if I don't hear any startups.
Right, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158
this one's from, for those interested, this C-17 is from Charleston Air Force Base, South Carolina, north of Charleston. Part of the, it's under the jurisdiction of the US Air Force's 628th Air Base Wing. It's a subordinate element of the Air Mobility Command, AMC. It's part of the Joint Base Charleston, which combined Charleston Air Force Base with the Naval Support Activity Charleston. They do operate, as you can see, C-17s. The 437th Airlift Wing, they operate the C-17. This could be them. Also the 315th Airlift Wing as well. It's a shame to just have those 2 departures for the day, but we can't control that, unfortunately. That's the way it is. I'll tell you what, I'll have one more cup of tea, see how it goes. suggest any startups or anything. I think Lakenheath might have just started it up again. Other than that, I can't hear anything for here, so had no startups. So what we'll do, we don't hear any startups by 14:30, because of course I'll give it that half an hour, then we'll call it a day. Just the two departures today, along with a low approach from two F-15E Strike Eagles, along with the Cranfield Saab aircraft that went over us. That was really spectacular. I've never seen non-military aircraft so close in formation before. I've never seen that before. It was pretty spectacular. It was so close you could only see one on ADSB, which is usually the case. In the vicinity that is even looking like it's going to arrive. Mavis, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club Guards March. Lacey Wright, 22 months. Thank you very much. You've been a member for 22 months, Lacey. Ian Brooks as well with 14 months as well, Guards March. And I think you're all good and well. Hey Ted, you alright there, mate? You good? I know, mate. It's been a bit quiet, isn't it? I know, mate. I know. But we'll have to just ride it out and see how we get on. Just got another 7 minutes to go before we think about departing. So there we go, these things do happen. At least we got to see something right. We got to see, like I said, an extraordinary thing with those Cranfield aircraft. Those, what was it, a classroom Saab aircraft. That was pretty cool. I've never, like I said, I've never seen non-military aircraft fly in formation like that, which is pretty cool. Beautiful bird tweeting away. Totally done for the day. It started off quite well, didn't it? And then that was it. Everything happened in that first sort of 2 hours, and that was it, sadly. We've had this before, actually, a long time ago when they were doing the exercise. Do you remember that? When they were doing like a emergency training. That was pretty cool. Although not for movements, it was like this. It reminds me of that, actually. So never mind, we shall not give up next time. We shall try again. The beauty of plane spotting is you just keep trying, because one day you're going to get it. You're going to get a good one. Teddy, is it? What a shame. We tried anyway, we tried our best, but I can only stay so long without any movements for you. But I was going to stay till 1500 for a departure, but obviously we do get like almost like a half an hour sort of warning if we've got something starting up, but it doesn't seem that way, does it? Never mind, we'll close it off, Ted. We'll finish it off, yeah? Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, what can we do? What can we do, eh? Never mind, we gave it our best shot. Let me just sort this out. We gave it our best shot, and unfortunately that's what can happen, eh? Never mind. But myself and Ted just want to say a massive thank you to all of you who have tuned in today. Thank you very much. It's been a great day, you know, just being outside. Really, it's kind of good for you. It really, that's how bad it is. I don't even know what that was, but it's probably a hint to get out of here. But what on earth was that? Something's obviously fallen off. I better go and see to that before before the whole thing just falls apart. But never mind. So RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much for today, and your lovely humble oi-ois as you've driven past. Thank you very much, RAF Mildenhall, and all our fans as well. Thank you very much. This is it. This is plane spotting. Unfortunately, this is what can happen. So this is what we have to put up with sometimes, but at the end of the day, at least it was dry. And like I said, it really does your mental health quite nice, actually, just being here and just chilling out. Really does, seeing, just hearing the birds, hearing nature, and just getting the odd plane here and there. It is a chilled out stream, really, when we come to Mildenhall, but it can get quite busy and non-stop sometimes. They happen, trust me, they do. When they do, it's just like, wow, this is the best. So that's what you got to do. You got to take the rough with the salmon smooth. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, and ladies, gents, teddy bears, so tomorrow's show, which will be available very shortly, to get yourself hitting that notification bell button, we will be at RAF Lakenheath, all being well. Weather looks good, so let's hope for tomorrow's bit of fun. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it's see you soon, wish you well. Hit the button, Teddy.
Turn off,